What is going on, YouTube? We're finally back at it with another stream here. I finally got my new wheel. We're gonna be giving one of these away brand new when I hit 1K subs, and you're also gonna get a base along with it. Quick story here. I had bought this wheel out of my own pocket. Um, Paid $369. Moza does not sponsor me, and took over a month to come. The one that I bought still isn't here yet. It isn't going to be here till Monday. So I just find that absolutely absurd. Is I bought something almost a month ago, didn't come. I bought this one off Amazon 2 days ago, and it came within 2 days. So just shows me how Moza takes care of their customers. They don't give a fuck at all. Just like every other giant corporation that wants to fuck you for money. But yes, we're going to be giving one of these away at 1K subs. One of you guys will win it. All right, let's get some stuff set up here real quick. Dude, this wheel is fucking awesome. Why didn't it for restream? Why can't I see my chat? What the hell? We'll worry about it after. Oh my gosh, dude, the new wheel feels so good. I don't even need gloves. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna come. And it has a screen. Holy shit, this is cool. I don't know why I can't talk to you guys at the moment, but I'll get it fixed after the race. I just want to let you guys know, thank you so much for your support. I don't think I would have got another wheel if it wasn't for your guys' help. I just want to say I appreciate all of you guys, every single one of you. If you're interested in donating my channel, head over to makeawish.org and give your donations to them. They need it a lot more than I do. And yeah, everything's been good. I hope you guys are all having a great weekend. Oh shit. That's a good way to start off the new wheel. I forgot to calibrate my brake pedals when we got started. I never did that. I gotta put like a checklist down on my screen of shit to do before I start streaming. Because currently I'm in a GT4 car, but I have GT3 brakes. There we go, I'll just turn up my bias. And we should be good. Hopefully those will be the only incidents we have. We'll be good, though. I should be able to still chase top 5, hopefully. Yeah. I cannot believe how good this new wheel feels. You guys don't know how long it's been. Some of my viewers might, like Max and Stevie. It's like they took this item and then said, you know, we had the KS wheel, which is pretty good, but let's make something perfect, and that's what they did. This is the best wheel. I've tried $1,000 wheels from Moza, $2,000 wheels from Apex, and this is the best quality wheel for the price I've ever used. To have a screen, an LED screen on your wheel for under $400 is extraordinary. But there is a but there. I do not condone Moza's customer service or aftermarket support, because I feel like it's just AI. I don't necessarily think they're bad. Once you finally get to the right person, you'll be helped. But it doesn't matter if, and this is from other people, I know a guy with 100K subs, and that is sponsored by Moza, and he has the same issues as I do, where they make awesome stuff, but their customer service sucks. And I think that's because they're based in China, and a lot of the times when I speak with somebody, it feels like my email is just translated, and then I'm just given, you know, the generic Corpo America email. I cannot believe how good this wheel feels. My screen shows me the DLT, the time, the miles per hour, which gear I'm in, and which RPMs I'm running. And the screen, the coolest part about it is it's fully customizable. And one thing I can appreciate about this screen is this is what they look like in a real car. I'll show you guys a video of it later on. I already have one posted on my channel, but to a T, this is what a real dashboard in a GT car looks like. Oh, I didn't even realize we were doing LMP as well. If we get taken out, I'm just gonna quit, and we'll go get everything set up. I'll talk with you guys. I might have to end the stream and restart it, because for some reason I don't have a chat box. Shit, what the babe, and I know I'm not right. You know what? I think I'm going to pull over and quit this race because I want to be able to talk with you guys and get this fixed. So, and plus we got a bigger race. This ain't ranked, so we're good. I might have to end the stream though and invite you guys back because I'm going through restream and for whatever reason it's not working. So, let me see if we can get this adjusted. Also, for those of you guys that weren't here, here's the new wheel. Absolutely love it. We got this, and we got a $1,400 Lamborghini wheel that we're going to be doing a review of, and why I actually think this wheel is the better buy. Wheels are kind of like gold chains. You don't need to buy them, and they don't make the biggest difference in the world for even like immersion. This and something that cost $1,000, like, not going to be any difference performance wise. Honestly, depending on if you're on a light base or not, the more expensive wheel might feel worse because of it being a lot heavier. Like, if you had an R3 and this right here, good luck. This is like 4 pounds. So, not to say they feel bad, but with this, it's super light. You feel all the feedback. But it doesn't feel cheap either. There's not like a flex in it. Give me a moment here. Let's see if we can get this fixed without me having to leave. Subscribe and share. We're going to be giving away one of these wheels when we hit 1,000 subscribers. We're going to be giving this away and a brand new Moza R5. You must live in the US, though, in order to be eligible. Okay, let me see if we can get this fixed. Hold on. It's always something, you know? All right, you guys, I'm going to have to restart the stream and get this set up properly. So you guys just join back in a minute. Sorry about that. There we go. Now we got the chat. What's going on, Max? What's going on, everybody? Yo, check this out. Or, hold on, I'll do it. I'll show you guys later at some point. I'm not doing it right now. I just wanted to show you guys the screen. Actually, you know what? Check this out. What's going on, Max? Check this out.
Hi guys, Moza's continuing to churn out racing wheels.
Look at that screen. Look how badass that is. The other cool thing about Moza, I remember not even 5 years ago, if you wanted a 25 Newton meter wheelbase, the base was like this big, this fat around. Now they're that size. He's got the R21, I think, and it's tiny. Look how small that is. And then the screen, dude, you don't understand. I used to have this wheel. I sold it. It was called, first of all, for my non-lifetime viewers, I gave away my Moza KS wheel. I sold my other one, and then I sold my GS V2P. I sold my Moza Vision, and I sold my, I had like almost all their stuff, but they made this wheel called the Moza Vision. And the problem with it was, hold on, it was a GT style wheel. And here, I'll just show y'all real quick. Right here. This wheel was $600. I had it. I got it. And I didn't pay for it. I actually traded some stuff for it. And these guys, I can't stand them because they'll be like, "Oh yeah, this is awesome, super high quality." Dude, this fucking wheel, it lagged so bad. All the other small creators talked about it. None of the big guys do, because the problem is when you do reviews about stuff, if you say anything bad, other brands won't send you stuff to review or won't pay you. And they, obviously, that's how corporate America works. But you'll be able to see if I show you guys a video real quick. Watch how bad the lag is. When I first started my channel, I posted a couple videos of it. And mind you, this isn't, when it first came out, it was like $800. Watch how bad the lag is. It's like a display from Temu. But with their new one, it is badass. It works properly, and just, I absolutely love it. Let's get into a race here. We'll do a GT3 race in the rain. I will pull out the... I'll let you guys pick. You guys want me to do the Porsche, the Mercedes, the Lamborghini, or the BMW? And mind you, too, when we do our giveaway, I'll post it live on stream and update everything like we did last time. But we got to hit 1,000K subs first. We're just about halfway there, and we will shoot it live on the platform. Perfect. I'll jump in the Porsche. Oh, but the whole reason we're doing a giveaway, if you guys weren't here before, what ended up happening is we set out to give one. We weren't going to do a giveaway for one of these, and what ended up happening is I had bought the wheel for Moza, and it took literally a month, and it's still not here. Shipping shows it'll be here next week, but I went on Amazon, and I was able to get the wheel within 2 days on Amazon. So it's just kind of frustrating when you're, buying something from the main source and it takes them a month to get it to you, but yet you go on Amazon from the same exact company, I got it within 2 days. So that's why we're doing a giveaway. I'm giving away the extra one that I bought. What was I about to open? But yeah, Max, it's finally here, dude. I've been um I've been waiting for this wheel since as long as you've been a part of the channel. I kind of think it's funny because now I want that old guy that called me a liar to come back on. We got chat working now as well. Welcome, you guys. Welcome. I got to show you something else really cool, buddy. Hold on. Let me get this set and make sure everything looks good with the camera, because OBS could be weird sometimes. But I got something else to show you. Hang on. Max, since you're the only one here at the moment, I want to click replace title. Hold on. Let me know if it boots you out of the stream or if it just changes my picture. Did it boot you from the stream or did it just update the picture? That's cool. That's good. Also, you're a part of the giveaway too. I know you're in Italy, but I gotta make you a part of it as well when we get there. Hold on a second. Oh, you like the I really like it. I finally got the pedal camera set up correctly. I love it. Absolutely love it. The only thing I'm gonna do, since I drive GT, instead of putting a third pedal down there, what I think I'm going to do is put a space. I'm going to separate the two pedals. I'm gonna separate the two pedals so my other foot is all the way over here instead of putting the third one on, and that way you can see how I put the placement. What I want to do in the future is drill a hole to the top of the desk right here and use the camera I'm using for my face for the pedal cam, so that way you can see like a overview, like you're looking down at them. But right now, how I put it on the side, that's the first time I did that. I actually really like it. I was going to do a setup today where you see my hands with the steering wheel, but I didn't like how the screen looked for the wheel on camera. Kind of like, since it's kind of delayed, I didn't want people to be like, it's giving me a headache. But I got to show you guys something else too. I can't actually, since I'm in this. I'll just tell you. So in the pit house, you can go in, and if you wanted to change the screen to say Max got butt fucked by Ruby the rabbit, you could literally do that. Also, shout out to Hugh Jackman. I went and saw Pet Detective with my wife yesterday. A goddamn sheep made me cry. I want to go see the Mortal Kombat movie, but you guys know how it is. I got to take care of my wife first. I don't like the way that feels. Hold on. Oh, this is what I wanted to show you, Max. I got to learn how to use it, but I just got this today. It was just sent to me, and it's a tiny little keyboard with a trackpad on it for your mouse, and pretty badass. But I can't stress this enough. This wheel is, oh my gosh, dude, it's the best wheel that I've used for the money. I cannot believe that it only costs $75 more than the original KS. It's just, first of all, they can be kind of hard if your fingers are sweaty to like pull off. They made this thing bigger, the rim bigger. They made the shifters feel like they have a little bit more tension on them, and also made them like a little bit smaller. And then one of my favorite features is they put 2 buttons on the back. And then as far as the front goes, you have all these analog switches now. So, like, even this can be turned like a switch, and then you can use it to turn left and right. So, you can physically turn it like a knob, like, and then you can also go up, down, left, right. So, and every single light glows. It just feels phenomenal. I'm riding Moza so hard right now. But yeah, they definitely wanted to come in because a lot of people said, "Oh, the best wheel for the price is the Sim Magic GT Neo." They wanted to come in and just kill the competition because everybody, if you weren't aware, in sim racing, to buy a little screen that's about as big as this right here, it's called like a dashboard, and it'll go on top of your setup like this. Um, that tiny screen costs $200. Everything in sim racing is like stupid expensive. So the one thing I give a lot of credit to Moza for is changing the game in the sense of releasing things that have been out for years now, but making them more affordable. So people like me or a lot of other people out there that wouldn't necessarily be able to afford this stuff, we can now. And that's just amazing. Let me just get my pedals set up and we'll go drive. And I'll answer some of y'all questions. You got it. Okay, we're good on that. I dropped my vape. So I also got these things for my triples that like they're like clamps that hold the monitors together, and it's super nice. Like if you ever see me messing with my screens during a stream, I no longer have to do that. Bro, I'm the one that told you to go see Project Hail Mary, my dude. Best fucking movie I've ever seen in my entire life. I used to say Interstellar was the best movie. That movie blew Interstellar out of the water. Dude, a fucking rock made me cry more than any movie I've ever seen in my life. I went to see that movie the day it came out. I told my wife this is going to be some stupid woke bullshit. A rock on an adventure made me cry. A grown 27-year-old man cried because of a goddamn rock. I cried. But yeah, here I'll put it down here at the little camera. That's my tiny little keyboard. For whatever reason, um They put a laser pointer on the keyboard. I have no idea why, but it's got a laser pointer. Explain to me why there's a laser pointer on the end of my keyboard. It's so funny because I thought it was going to be like this one. The whole reason I ordered this is um I wanted something because I always drop my keyboard or my mouse under my setup and I have to get it. And I wanted something that had a trackpad on it. So when I looked on Amazon, I thought it was like the size of this, and it's this size. I still like it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to glue it to my rig. That's what I think. And then that way, because it's not like I need to click a bunch of buttons. I, at least when I'm streaming, let me go in here, click race. What do you guys think of the actual setup on the screen? How does everything look? Do I need to change anything? Everything good? Because I can change the view in the car. Come on, why are we not load? Oh, there we go. Probably be a good idea to calibrate this. Turn the steering one way fully, then turn it the other, and then you return it to the center. We're all good. The reason it says calibration, whatever, is because technically GT wheels have a little bit more, but they want you to calibrate it, like leave it at 900 in the pit house, and then iRacing will set it to the right thing. What I don't like about that is instead of the wheel locking at where it's supposed to, if you keep it under 540, so just to show y'all, um, if you keep it under 540 in the pit house, what'll happen is your wheel will still turn, but it'll lock in game. I don't like that. Just check something. Max, you know how you can bind buttons on a keyboard? Can you bind like a Windows button if your keyboard doesn't have one? Because my tiny one doesn't. Also, how do you think the screen looks for? Let me get into a car real quick. Just shut the graphics down a little bit. Let me see how this looks. Hold on. There we go. I wonder if I zoom out a little bit, if that will help at all. Hold on. Yeah, I like that right there. Or wait, that might be a little bit too high. Hold on. I like that right there. Doesn't look as compressed. I feel like you see more of the car. I like that right there. But a little bit to the left. I like that. I really like that, by the way. Let me know what you think about that, Max. I really like how I have it set up right now. Hold on. All right, let's get my gloves on and let's hit a practice lap. Where, for those of you guys that don't know, iLap has pacing. So it doesn't just simulate racing, it simulates motorsport. So when you come in here, it's kind of like going to a track day. You're going to hit your practice for a little bit, then you're going to get to qualify, and then you're also going to get a your race. So, and then when the race starts, it can be a few different things. You could either go on a green light, or you have to go through the pace, go at the green light, rolling start, or on a pace lap. And for my OG viewers, you guys know this, but The reason there's a line is anything that is considered hazardous is going to have a line. So in the rain, or the only other time is at the Nords. Just because there's 153 turns, most people, I would say like 90% of the community is not remembering that map by heart. And so there's a line. But the other thing is, on iRacing specifically, when you get into B tier like I am, if you see any race I'm doing and it's not the Nords or in the rain and there's a line, that means I'm doing a D tier race. And the only reason I do D races still are because, like, Rainmaster, there isn't a Rainmaster event for B. There's LMP2 events and stuff, but even when you get the better licensing, the line doesn't automatically go away. It just depends on which bracket you're in for racing. So if I jump into, there's rookie through A, and right now I'm at B. I'll be promoted at the end of the season to my A license, but any race that's not B or A has a line, unless you're in a league. Then those usually have nothing besides, like, clutch assist. I cannot believe how good this wheel feels, though. Problem with the line is stuff like this. It doesn't tell you to slow down at all right there. It wants you to take that flat out. You're gonna hit the wall every single time you do that. If it's dry, you won't, but in the rain, you will. Depending on how fast you're going. We're gonna be starting at the back. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Yeah, we'll be doing a giveaway when we hit 1K subscribers. One of you guys will win a KS Pro wheel and a Moza R5. I haven't even gotten the second wheel yet. It'll be here Monday or Tuesday. But that doesn't matter, because I don't think we'll be at our sub goal yet. Do not like how low that is. Yeah, if you get into racing, you don't need to know much about cars, but you need to have an understanding of brake bias, traction control, ABS, and all that stuff. Otherwise, you're going to get obliterated on iRacing. It doesn't matter who's wrong or right, just beat it. Beat it! By the way, I have a crazy obsession with Michael Jackson now. When I was a child, I used to think he was a pedophile weirdo, but now I full-heartedly believe that Sony killed him. And that, he was a good dude. I hate celebrity worship more than anybody, but for some reason I'm in love with Michael Jackson now. You want to be Shimon? Can I get a hit? Let me get a hit. Let me get a hit. Let me get a hit. That's why you always got to be paying attention and not be doing these damn hee-hees. Hee-hee. Oh my gosh, we almost killed ourselves right there because we're too busy singing. It doesn't matter if you're black or white. Some people always told me, don't matter what you do, don't go around breaking your girl's hearts. I swear, today I bought the Thriller jacket off Amazon. I bought a replica of it, and then I also bought a Michael Jackson wig and glove because I'm gonna be Michael Jackson for Halloween. Fat Michael Jackson. MJ McDonald's commercial Jackson. That's ignorant. Ignorant. MJ Racing. Michael, you gotta keep your feet still if you're gonna drive the Porsche. Calm down, Blanky. No, I genuinely feel bad, though. I used to make fun of this guy when I was a kid and thought he was like a creeper and just didn't realize how corrupt the world was. Another one bites us, and another one goes. You wanna take that too? You, especially if you're newer, I usually run in the Porsche. You're gonna run the lowest brake bias out of any car. So I usually run like 47 to like, anywhere from 47 to 48, but in the rain, you want to turn that up higher. So 49.5 to 51, depending on how you are at controlling a vehicle. Haha. Hee hee. Oh, it feels so good to have the new wheel. You guys don't even know. Oh, how weird it is driving a GT car. The only thing I don't like about the sim racing industry is it's very hard to get them to make like, they make like more butterfly style GT wheels. I want one that has the bar on the bottom. I forget what they call them, but you'd see it in like a Lamborghini, a BMW, Porsche. All the GT3 cars have them. Fourth place, baby! Shake and bake! This is my chance! This is what dreams are made of. Ooh. Shimon! I'm gonna learn how to moonwalk. I'm gonna be the next Michael Jackson. My gosh, the like, even if you hate the guy and don't like him, what I'll say is, being somebody that's like big into music, I never understood how famous that guy was. I really didn't. Like, I don't think there's been somebody as famous as him since, and I don't think there ever will be. He had 4.8 billion fans without the internet, sold 100 million records without the internet, and dude is just like a certified legend. Now that's just my opinion, but in all seriousness, I absolutely love Michael Jackson. I ain't even playing, y'all. Are you for real, homie? Backing up like that on me? Pull my gat out on you. I think I'm in third. Third or fourth? Fourth. That's incredible considering we started in last. Dead last. And we're not even halfway through the race yet, so first is definitely a possibility unless one of these idiots take us out. I don't trust the guy behind me, so we might just let him pass. If you look at that bar in the middle of my screen, it is a... See, that's why I don't like taking that corner all out. You don't take damage from it or get, like, a penalty point for it. Go on, homie. What are we doing? I'll let these two guys just take each other out, because that's what's going to happen. Guaranteed. They don't even care about us. Nah, but I'm not even kidding, though. I might make the jokes with, like, the hee-hee and stuff. That's just because I can't really sing. But... Nah, I was listening to that because I took my wife to see the MJ movie, and I always thought he was a Fruit Loop and just like a weirdo, and then I listened to the album Thriller, and I used to hate Prince, Elvis, the Beatles, and a few other bands when I was a kid. The only one I still don't like is Prince, but I never, ever, ever thought I'd like MJ at all, and... like, I just think he's got, like, the dopest story ever. Alright, we're gonna turn our bias down a little bit. Next season, you guys will see me fight a lot more and take a lot more chances. We're almost at the end of this season, but I'll have my A license, and not only will that make a difference, but some of the leagues that are 4 ranked are only A, and you're still gonna have like crashes and stuff, but like in these lobbies, since it's D'ing up, I don't really trust driving next to people. I always say this. I know in real life you don't have like a radar, but you do have more depth perception and spotters. So like, what I don't like about iRacing is you have the spotter that tells you that, you know, somebody's on your left, somebody's on your right. I wish there was just a full-time radar, especially for newer people, because it's so discouraging when you practice for a race and, you know, you take somebody out or somebody takes you out because you didn't realize how close you were. And iRacing's netcode, like, the thing that bugs me about iRacing is they try to be perfect, and they try to make a perfect game. Like, they try to make everything as realistic as possible, but the problem you run into with that is there's issues with the game currently, and they keep adding stuff. They keep adding stuff like debris on the track or just like weird stuff. And it's like sometimes more is less when it comes to racing. And don't get me wrong, I'm all for adding new stuff. It's why I play iRacing. It's been prevalent since 2008. And my point is, it's kind of like Tarkov, Escape from Tarkov. The reason I stopped playing that game is they just got ridiculous with it. And that's where I feel like iRacing is going. Oh my gosh, we have that bitch sideways. I just shit my pants. There is literally a brown stain in my pants right now. We need to change our brake bias, like, immediately. I just shit my pants, like, all brown diarrhea. My pants are wet. Holy shit. But back to Tarkov, holy shit. The issue with it is they keep adding stuff that was, like, unnecessary, didn't help the game, it just made it harder. And, like, at a certain point, when you make things as difficult as possible, it doesn't become fun anymore. And with iRacing, it's like, we don't play it because it's the most realistic sim. We play it because there is always a race available, it's constantly updated, and there's punishment for people that break the rules. So, and you guys have heard me bitch about LMU before. You know, competition is good. It makes iRacing better, it makes sim racing better, and the adapt or die mentality. And the person who wins there is the consumer. But back to iRacing for a sec. We play this, even though it's not the most realistic, it's enough to where the tracks are clean, and when you do sim racing, it kind of gets you into that routine and gets you up to pace. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect. I don't really know how to explain it, but Jesus Christ, my ADHD. If I were them, I would focus on fixing the stuff that's broken before worrying about adding new features to the game. For example, iRacing's netcode. If this guy was up here side by side with me and he barely touches me through the turn, iRacing will mark it as like a crazy accident and I'll go slingshotting into a wall because of it. Like, iRacing would be the best sim on the market if you could wheel-to-wheel race consistently. And even the professionals, the people that are best in the world at iRacing, that's their biggest complaint. They will tell you firsthand that iRacing is not a wheel-to-wheel simulator. And, you know, that's why for me, I don't really do oval, because first, you have a ton of assholes, but second, you'll start in very last place. There'll be 25 cars, and you could still finish second. Like, but yeah, I like, even for stream, like, it's very hard to stream iRacing because I could practice all day. There's certain cars that I've literally held world records in, and um, can race phenomenally. And then there's other cars where, I feel like an idiot because I jump in it with no practice. Well, no shit, but like, there's been times, I've practiced for a race for 2 weeks before, jump on the simulator, and somebody barely touches me, and then I'm knocked out of the race. Like, and it's not because, oh, you can't control your car after a crash. iRacing doesn't let you. So let's say we crash going 30 miles per hour. iRacing, instead of just, having a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact like this, iRacing will set it as you crash, and you'll get slingshotted, wreck your car. It's crazy. And then there's other times where somebody will hit you at 60, 70 miles per hour where your car should absolutely be wrecked. Or let me switch this around. You could drive into somebody at full speed, and there's been times where you're completely fine, but the other car is completely wrecked, and it's just super weird. Like, that's the one issue I got with iRacing. Other than that, I would say it's good in every category. I hope that's something that LMU can fix, because I don't like LMU. I think iRacing is better in every category, and anybody that says it's not is straight up lying or paid. And, well, here's the difference. LMU costs $60 one time. iRacing, you pay a monthly membership and have to buy everything. So it's like, no shit, iRacing is going to be better. But the one thing LMU does better is the wheel-to-wheel racing. Like, there's still crashes, you can still wreck out. But that's what I was talking about when it comes to, like, fun. I don't know. Other creators have brought it up and said, it would be cool if they turned you into a ghost after you got a certain amount of incidents, or if you flip your car backwards or spin out, you turn into a ghost. And it's like the community's mixed on it, because you want a mix of realism and a mix of want it to be fun as well. And you take too much of one without the other. Oh, I got my voice chat back. Nice. Here, I'll quit this, see what you guys are up to. We got wait, did we get 4th or 3rd? Let's check it out here. Results. We got 4th place. Nice. And we gridded in 9th. So we took 5 names. That wasn't a good race, though, at all. Like, we didn't have any incidents or anything, but I've watched every biopic of everything, probably. My favorite, I didn't really like the Queen one. The one that I liked a lot, though, believe it or not, I used to have my hair dyed completely white. I had my eyebrows pierced, and I deadass tried to look like Adam Lambert. But my favorite biopic, I say that guy did better than anybody ever besides, and the only reason I give him the edge is he didn't have DNA where Jafar does have the Michael DNA. So it's like, of course, he's going to be able to, kind of do it. Because there were, like, when I watched the beginning of that movie, it felt like he was nervous, not doing the greatest job. But, like, as the movie went on, like, halfway through, dude, I felt like I was watching a movie about Michael Jackson. On a movie level, it wasn't the greatest movie ever because if you've seen the Jackson 5 miniseries, you've seen the Michael Jackson movie. But I thought it was fantastic. The only person I thought that did a better job than Jafar was Jamie Foxx as Ray Charles. I think that's the best biopic performance of all time, period. And I don't even like Ray Charles that much. What's going on, everybody? We'll be jumping into a new car here. I'm going to show you guys one more time. I just got my new wheel today. We're going to be giving away one of these when we hit 1K subs. And we'll also be giving away a Moza R5 wheelbase. My favorite movies of all time are like Quentin Tarantino movies, The Departed, and trying to think I really like that Project Hail Mary movie, but I love The Departed. All right, let's jump into a Max, what do you guys want to see? Do you want me to jump into GTE or GT3? Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. I wrote it down. Yeah, we're gonna have a great stream tomorrow. Today, I'm just like hopping on for the fun of it, but neither my wife or I got good sleep yesterday, so I got a pounding headache just straight out of work. But definitely gonna make a ton of content this weekend with the new wheel. Here, you know what, dude? Screw it. While I got a second, let me just show you. This right here. Hold on. This right here is the screen, and you can make it however you want it. See how big that screen is? And then if we go over here, if we go over here, it's got a knob on both of the joysticks, and then you have six different or five different knobs down here, and then you also have what was weird is you have a knob for your ABS, your brake bias, your differential, traffic traction control, but then you also have all of these. These are dials, these are knobs. So like they actually have to be on that value. So for example, um you turn this up to 5, it'll actually stick to 5, if that makes sense. They're all based 1 out of 10. And then you can also do something over here where you can like switch to your dash, your map, your box. Super cool wheel, dude. I love it. What do you guys want to see? You guys want me to do GT3 or I'll just pick, honestly. It don't make a difference. We'll go to, is that 40 minutes? 45 minutes? Um, I'm debating. Fulton Park. What is, trying to think in my head. Um, I guess we'll jump into the GT3 car. That way I can show you guys how to, for what I do when racing against the Ghost, but we're also going to hop into the BMW for a change. I never drive the BMW. Hold on a second. We'll get this set up real quick before we go. Also, if you guys ever wonder why I shut off screen share, the reason I do that is display capture is because I'm running a window capture to show race labs for whatever reason. Even though when I open game capture, display closes, now it pulls race labs on both screens, but only part, like, it's super weird. I don't know why. I talked with a few other people. They have that same issue. The one guy that was in here the other day saying that you can just pull race labs and it should just show on game capture, that isn't true. Even if you run it as an admin, it won't show it. Not on TikTok, not on OBS, nothing. Because Race Labs is its own software. And even though it's an overlay, it's still its own app. That's why you don't set it up in iRacing. You physically set it up in Race Labs. Here, I'll show you guys. Ah, shit. Here, I'll show you all real quick. Do I have a GT3 BMW throttle? Hold on. No, just for the other BMW. So, this will be fine. Just use this. Honestly, hold on. There we go. We'll just use this one. What I wanted to show you guys is Race Labs, though. So if you own it like I do, um, you come in here, and the biggest thing is you have to make sure your resolution is set properly. Otherwise, it won't show up on both screens, and you'll get an error. That's what I was running into. But you could put any of this stuff up on screen. The only reason I took down the live map is it's just distracting to look at, and it doesn't help at all. If you try to go into a lobby and race with that mini map and you're looking at something else, you're gonna crash. Like, you gotta pay attention to your driving at all times, and you have to know the track yourself. You guys have seen me do this. I've done this specifically so I could show you guys some clips. Is when you jump into a race, you should know how to be either a second or a second off the average fastest time. So on the map we're doing right now, I know the fastest time is a 1:33. If you're not hitting a 1:34, you shouldn't race. Because what that tells me, like, at the same token, you could be the fastest person ever with a bunch of incidents. You have to have a medium. You got to be able to go fast and um, be safe. But most of the people in this license bracket are already both. What I'll actually do real quick, I just wanted to show you guys all the things. Um, I'm going to put this overtake alert down here. Why give me two? And then if we come over here, you can like change the scale and everything. So make it that big, make it that big. It's cool. I don't know why it. But yeah, I just wanted to show you guys that because a lot of people don't really understand what Race Labs is. Another thing I'll show you guys on a different stream, maybe tomorrow, is Rob. He's somebody that talks in my ear. You guys can't hear him for a reason because it can be annoying. But it's also kind of funny. He talks in my ear and will tell me to fuck off, that I'm driving like a retard and all kinds of crazy stuff. But he'll give me data on, like, the fastest side of the track and all kinds of cool stuff. That's the stuff that, like, I wish iRacing would add and that I didn't have to pay for, because iRacing is expensive enough as it is. I wish some of this stuff was added. And back to what I was going on about earlier, and then I'll stop my rambling, is even though iRacing is trying to be realistic and you're not going to have this stuff up on screen in real life, your depth perception makes up for it, if that makes sense. What the hell are we doing here? Am I high? I thought the maps didn't change until Tuesday. I know we just did a Rainmaster on this, but see, when you're in a B tier lobby like I am, hold on, let me shut off my display capture real quick. Um, when you're in a higher lobby like I am right now, up at the top, that no driving aids allowed except clutch, that's what I was talking about. So once you get your B license, any race that you do is not going to have a line on. And here's the problem with the iRacing community and just men in general. I was I didn't have a dad when I was younger, and um, just wasn't taught a lot of the stuff a guy would be taught, and didn't teach myself it. So like, I didn't really have a good understanding of cars or just anything. And people on iRacing will treat you like shit and expect you to know it, which I wish where I wish the community would like come together and teach you guys about that stuff, because I wish somebody told me like, "Hey dude, you don't want to rely too much on that line," because I would get super defensive about it and be like, "Oh, I could drive without the line." And it took me a really long time in order to like learn how to do that, because I was so reliant on it. And all it takes, the truth is, the best way to learn how to practice is you jump. Why am I getting pitted again? Are you serious? The best way to learn how to practice is you jump in here and you follow a ghost. So if you jump into a practice session, you can spectate and follow a ghost. And are you fucking kidding me? Am I really gonna get black flagged for doing 1 mile over? But you follow the ghost, and that in itself is enough to really help you understand and learn the track. Because the best way to learn, like if you ever feel like you can't do it or it's like impossible, it's because um, you're not practicing enough. Enough practice with anything will help you, and that's just like the truth. I don't know this map. It's my first time doing it with no line, but I just did it in the rain, so I still thought we were at the other one, but so here's what I'll do. I'm gonna let this guy pass me, and we're gonna follow his line. Oh shit. I gotta change this real quick. Hello? Oh, I'm still chat banned, I guess. That's lame. Let's get this fixed real quick. Our strength is way too high. That would be why. Why isn't it detecting? There we go. I hope. But yes, back to what I was saying is in this day and age, it's weird. It's like if you don't know how to do anything, people make you feel bad about it. But just like anything else, there's assholes in anything that you do, and then there's also going to be really nice people. And a lot of the groups, Discord groups, and just people online, when it comes to iRacing, it is a lot more friendly than any other hobby. And if you notice the leaderboards, you actually have to use your real name for the most people do. You have to use your real name when you sign up because it feels like a club. Like iRacing is supposed to feel more like a driver's club. We still gotta turn this down. I shouldn't be shaking like that. But um iRacing is supposed to feel more like a driver's club than anything else. And it does a really good job at feeling that way. So most people on here aren't going to be dicks. And the funny thing is, the most common reason that you'll see people get banned is like death threats and all kind. They don't play games at all. If somebody reports you for like racism or death threats or something like that, they'll ban your account. The whole reason I got banned, I got a 30-day ban, first ever chat ban, and my wheel still is like super heavy. I don't know if you guys see that. I'm shaking like nuts. Feels good though. I got a chat ban for when we did the PC giveaway. This guy, when we were racing the Nords, was mad that I jumped in on top of him because he was saying something about his YouTube channel, and then I stole his thunder. But they banned me because I was screaming, "I'm the milkman, and I want you to milk me." I was just being an idiot, and yeah, they said they don't want that on their platform. But some reason I'm not voice chat banned. I can still. Hey, we're going to be going from a $25,000 sim racing rig to a real GT car. If any of you guys want to check it out, we're going to be giving away a Moza KS Pro wheel and a Moza R5 when we hit 1K subs. If you guys want to check it out, it's Mueller Motorsports on YouTube. That's weird that I'm not voice chat thing. Let's see if this feels any better. I wonder why it still feels. Hold on a second. Oh. That's one thing that'll make you feel super uncomfortable, especially when you're streaming, is if um where's Interpol? Oh, um, if you're, it's not so much that like the wheel's too heavy, but for some of these longer races, when your wheel shakes, it just feels super off and unnatural. That's a big reason why, um, if you have like a belt driven wheel, the difference between belt driven and direct drive is belt driven is on like a pulley system. That's why the bases for them are huge. But direct drive is set exactly to the motor. So when I disconnect, like I can take my wheels off like that and just with the quick release system, plop them right on and it works perfect. That's because it's kind of like a drive shaft. The arm is connected directly to the motor, giving me instant feedback, which is super smooth and nice. And just like anything else, it's a big reason why I started this channel. Is when I first got into sim racing, a cheap wheel and pedal set was what was expensive. And now you can get pro level stuff. For example, you could get a 25 Newton meter wheelbase that would cost you, you know, $3,000 to $4,000 a couple years ago for $600 now. And that's with anything in life. The more people that take an interest in it and enjoy it and buy it, the more they're able to mass produce stuff, the cheaper it gets. Now, there's other sides to that coin, like Fanatec selling the same priced wheel as this Moza KS without clutch pedals or a screen. Like, what the fuck? They think they're like the Apple of the market. I can't stand Fanatec at all. I used to have a lot of their stuff, and now they used to be like the highest name in sim racing, the highest quality, but they essentially turned into Apple. And um, why isn't this turning on? Really? I'm just trying to think if there's anything else. I gotta change. Oh, I gotta Google one thing. If you guys ever wonder too, like why I dick around so much, there's I'm just waiting for qualifying. That's all I'm doing and testing. You might see me like pull the car over or run a turn. Um, this is a ranked race. I would never do that during like the middle of a race unless something was seriously wrong. But this is the whole point of like practice and qualifying. I have time to tweak my settings and mess with everything. Okay. So it actually says in this is the good thing about the internet is it says on this thing the reason my wheel's shaking like that is contrary to popular belief, you want to add a small amount of dampening and also add a little bit of smoothing. So 2 to 4 samples of smoothness. I'm just checking something. Hold on. Okay, now wait. Okay, what it says is when you turn the. This is a good thing to talk about. When you turn the settings down in the pit house, so by turning the settings down to 70 on your wheelbase, um, iRacing needs to know that, and auto clicking detect isn't enough. So when you do the strength, you click. You have to set it at 8.4 newton meters. Okay, I get it now. So we're gonna fix this real quick before we race. let's get this now. Okay, let's get it, guys. I didn't even qualify because I spent so much time on setting that shit up. What do I have my bias set at, though? Why isn't it going down? Oh, there we go. Oh my gosh, dude. My wheel feels insane. It's not shaking as bad, but... Oh, fuck. We're good. It's not shaking as bad, but, I have it up to the max now. So, for GT racing, I have it set at 12 Newton meters, which is insane. But mind you, I've had a wheel break. That's why I get a little weary with that stuff. I have an emergency stop switch, and it's why you'll see my fingers like this on the wheel, and I don't put them inside anymore. I had a moza wheel while I was sitting here doing nothing, just turn and flip at 100%, and it broke my fingers. Literally broke my finger off. I posted a video about it on TikTok, and Moza was like, "Oh yeah, let's it was just a bad motherboard. That's why that happened." Well, nothing we could do about that. And I was like, "You guys don't want me to send it in, or nothing you could do?" And I'm like, I don't even care about the money. I'm like, I just want to get I don't want that to happen to somebody else, because somebody else was saying that happened. And, that could really discourage somebody. Never want to do it again. You're embarrassed. You don't want to tell people you broke your hand sim racing. So, that was one thing that made me dislike Moza, is they didn't want to look into it. They just wanted me to put in a new motherboard myself and call the issue a day. So, I have a 25 Newton meter wheelbase, and I feel like that would have ripped my fingers off. You don't use them, just for an example, like you're not gonna race at full, like, that's one thing I hate about sim racing, is everybody talks about these crazy high wheelbases. They are not needed for anything. The highest cars that have, like, ever hit are, I think they're Indy cars. at like 30 newton meters at certain turns, but you're not driving a full race with that. The only reason the nice wheel, the the only reason um this feels so much more smooth. Holy shit. This is the best. I wish I would have did this with the other wheel, dude. This is the best this wheel has felt since I've gotten it. I just need to pay attention to my driving and not talking. I still need to turn that down, dude. I hate how this feels right now. I love how it feels, but I don't like how it's violently shaking me. Ah. Ah! All right, we're done. I'm gonna quit in the middle of a race. That's why it's important to get your shit fixed up before you jump into a fucking race, dude. We'll get it fixed while we're in here because I don't know why it's doing that. What's up, Elliot, dude? How you doing, man? I haven't seen you in a long time. Oh, hold on. It says damping at 0. You have to keep in mind the reason that this is an issue right now is I came over from a wheel that was literally 10 pounds, and with this being as light as it is, it's obviously the settings need to be changed. But back to my point earlier, the reason you don't want something or need something with super high force feedback is all it does is gives you more headroom. But now with like the newer V2 chips, like the Moza R12 V2 is just as good as the R25. Like you're not really getting crazy clipping. Okay, wheel LFE. That might be why. Okay, I guess this is what it's saying right here. We shouldn't have any of this stuff on. So this should be all the way down to minus 40, and I believe that alone might fix the issue. Let's check real quick and see. We're going to quit this race. We'll go into something else. I have an endurance race coming up in a little bit, so we'll just take the point loss for this. But stay tuned over the weekend because all the races I'm going to be doing on Sunday and Monday are going to be... Okay, hold on. I think this feels a lot better. Nope, we're still shaking like... Holy fuck, that's even worse. Jesus, Moza. Why? Okay, it says that Moza acknowledged the problem with Wheel LFE, and that's why this is happening. It says that we need to close out iRacing, click Control F, and search for tell y'all in a second. Just open your file explorer and search for enable and then you'll pull up iRacing. This is a good thing that I'll clip later and post for you guys because this is a big issue with iRacing, and I guess I've been having it for weeks and thought it was just me, but hold on. Happy I streamed today because originally I was just going to wait till tomorrow. I would have been pissed if we had to fix this tomorrow and just got the new wheel, you know? Enable force feedback 360 hertz. Hold on. Here we go. This is why this is happening. So it says that Moza officially acknowledged this problem when iRacing updated to support 360 hertz telemetry and Wheel FLE for Moza bases. It created a massive high frequency feedback loop because the Moza KS wheel is so light. It acts like an amplifier for this, causing the wheel to shake violently. There have been injuries, issues, and problems caused by this exact setting. It would be nice if they just fucking changed that for you. So it says to change the value to 0. I'll just show you guys. I'll copy and paste it. That's what you need to change the value to right there. That's why I've been having so many steering issues and problems. And then you have to save and close the file. But we'll jump into another thing here and make sure. Don't get me wrong, 12 Newton meters is enough to it is enough to cause injury if you're stupid or like not being careful with it. My point to earlier was any pro will tell you, anybody will. It doesn't matter what you're driving. Nobody's driving at 25 Newton meters at full settings throughout the whole race. With my 25 Newton meter base that I have, when I had it set up, I would run at 12 to 14 max. And if I was doing like an endurance race where it was going for 6 hours, I would turn that shit way down. I think we got it. Oh my gosh, dude. Look how nice that is. That is crazy. There was no talk or anything about that because guess what? Now this is the best this wheel has ever felt on here at all. I am shocked. Buttery smooth. You would have that same issue that I was having if you were on a 5 Newton meter base. You just wouldn't notice it as bad. But here, we'll jump into this real quick. Now that we got everything fixed. Sorry about that, y'all. I know it can be kind of boring to jump into something and just watch me fuck around with settings. I promise you guys that if you stick around with the channel, that stuff like that, you know, I got to work out some bugs here. I work full time and don't have a chance to do both. The time you guys see me playing video games, it's not like I get time to do any of this without y'all. I work full time 50 to 60 hours a week. So we're going to keep, and I'll tell you guys something else too. This is a little bit personal, but I'm also broke right now, like to a max sense. So if you guys are wondering, like, oh, why is this fucking idiot doing giveaways while he's broke? The whole reason is I understand it'll help grow my channel, but more importantly, I don't want to say I just like giving back, but I really do enjoy helping people. Like, it's just 5 years ago, I was practically homeless and none of this was possible. And even if only one person watches me, it is a dream come true for me. But at the same token, this isn't a giveaway channel. Like, I'm not somebody that's rich. I'm not somebody that can just afford to, you know, if you ask me for free stuff. But I will do this. Anytime somebody sends me something for review and I do an unboxing for it, that'll be given away to you guys. And it'll always be random. I don't play favorites here. Look at the guy who won the gaming computer. He was 65 years old. Oh, bro, I don't have a stream schedule, my man. I just jump on here. I don't have a stream schedule yet, but I usually jump on around 5 or 6 p.m. If you just subscribe, I usually put an update on when I jump on. The other thing as well is um, I'm married, and my wife and I, we own a home, and I'm the only one that works. I have the most beautiful, kind wife. I don't like scaring her with this stuff because she's the only thing I ever had in my entire life. She's the only reason I live my life. I would have fucking thrown myself off a bridge a long time ago if I never met this girl. I know that's sad to say, but this woman changed my life. I went to a guy that was homeless in Buffalo, New York, to one of the best salesmen in the world, and not best in the world, but at my company. And now I live in Texas, and I'm pretty much debt free, besides a few things. I own a car, have beautiful dogs, but I do kind of live like paycheck to paycheck at the moment. It'll get better here in a few months, but um, yeah. After I I don't know if you guys remember. Max definitely would. When I got off that one day, because my wife was like, "I need your help," and in one day, I had like, or 1 month, I had like $17,000 worth of stuff go wrong. My wife and I, we lost a baby. She miscarried and went through sepsis and almost died. And I was out of work for a while. Like, didn't lose my job, but just wasn't making my bonus. And then after that, um, that happened almost a year ago. But her dad died, and then within like the last 2 or 3 months, um, I had my thermostat break. I had all these electrical issues. I had an issue with my roof, and then I had um, an issue with the fence, and um, yeah, it's kind of scary. It's like that's the one thing I really like about streaming is I that's the one thing I really like about streaming though is I um am really stressed out at the moment and just like scared and just like worried about like my future and just to put it to you this way, I've always had like paranoia and stuff, but I keep thinking that somebody's gonna take this all away from me. I keep thinking that like I'm gonna fuck it up somehow and we're gonna lose everything. That's not true. That's not happening. I hope, knock on wood, but I feel that way at points. So streaming like I'm only 27 and I've been to the hospital about 50 times for thinking I was going to have a heart attack because I stressed myself out so bad. I I don't feel comfortable like it's weird to share this with you guys and I'm sorry that this is what we're talking about, but it feels good to talk about. I don't feel comfortable in like my own skin at times and just like don't feel like anybody likes me and I feel like a loser at times and my wife is the only person in this world that makes me feel different. And I know that's cheesy and corny as hell to say, but um my my best friends died and my buddy Manny's still alive, but he's in New York, so and so is all my family, but my wife is all that I got. And I might be all over the place on these streams at times, but um I enjoy them. I really do. I was kind of like scared of streaming at first and like nervous with it, but every time I do it, I feel like it's gone a little bit better and a little bit better, and um, I just I enjoy it, and I hope you guys enjoy it and get to learn something from it. And the reason I share that whole story with you is even if you're not doing perfect in your life and things are going wrong and you don't have much money, you can always do things to help other people. And I'm not talking about giving shit away on a stream, but for me it's like I'll go to church, and I started going to church and didn't believe in God, but went to church because it surrounded me around people who were happy. And I think that's a thing for a lot of people that have like depression and stuff. It's like if you surround yourself around people that are happy and just doing better, it'll sometimes like rub off on you. I know it's a weird thing to say, but I'm doing better now. Like I think the reason I feel the way I do is I have a life that I've dreamed about since I was a little kid, and I don't have much. I have a 3-bedroom house that I own that my wife and we bought, and I have animals. I have 2 dogs, 2 birds, and a cat, and a wife. And it isn't much, but like for me, it's literally everything. And my whole life, I was basically called a retard, a fucking waste of space. My mom would always jump like boyfriend to boyfriend, and like my brother's dad, he would beat the shit out of me and call me a faggot and tell me I'm a retard. And just like, the funny thing is, my brother's dad got arrested for statutory rape, and I own a house and have a beautiful wife. So it's like all that nasty shit that guy said to me and mean stuff, it's like karma's a fucking bitch, because I'm the one that's doing good now and he's the one that's suffering. Even though I don't wish that on him, I feel like it's shitty. But I hated my life when I was a kid, and I feel like it's why now I don't feel comfortable as myself, and just like really enjoy sim racing and enjoy video games in general. It's just an escape for me, and I feel like that's all we need sometimes in life, is an escape, a healthy one that isn't drugs or something that's gonna kill you. But even my own dad, he held a knife to or a screwdriver to my mother's head in front of me and told me that he was gonna kill her. And he didn't, thank God, because I grabbed the phone and called the police. But like now he wonders like why I don't like talk to him or call him. And hold on, let me get the screen closed out so that way you guys are able to see my race. Life is weird, man. But you guys will notice, I'm not on drugs, I'm not on anything. But you guys will notice sometimes, and a lot of people said it to me, is I sound like a crackhead at times. And it's not that I mean to or intentionally do it. I'm not apologizing for who I am. but I can just go on tangents and then completely forget what the fuck I was talking about. And it's not intentional. It's just I have really bad ADHD and I can be like embarrassed by it at times. So if you ever notice that, that's why. But also, if you ever want me to keep explaining something that I was talking about, feel free to drop it in the chat. But this whole channel, I as I got caught up in everything else, I forgot to tell you um the big thing that we're doing, and a lot of my regular viewers know, is we're going from a GT car on the simulator to one in real life. We will be at Texas Motorsports Ranch in Crescent, and that's in Texas, and it's right around the corner from me. But um, it's gonna be take a lot of practice and a lot of learning and a lot of money, and it's one of the reasons I'm broke. After my wife and I went through what we went through, it kind of um, broke me. Like I watched my wife almost die, and I like could not stop talking about it, and like just like kept breaking down over it. And she's still here, but it like I couldn't sleep at night. I'd be up for 3-4 days at a time, and you know, part of this was like her idea. Like I always give her everything, support her in every way, and this was her way of doing that for me. And I have the most supportive wife in the world. I get out of work, honey, why don't you go play video games? Why don't you go do this? And she's not like other women. And we've been together. We're going on 5 years married now, and um, it's been fantastic. It's weird, and I say that to you guys because the reason you'll hear me say all the time is, "Oh, I was almost homeless 5 years ago," is I was, and I was homeless at one point in my life, not just 5 years ago, but my mom kicked me out of the house when I was 16, and or yeah, 16, and it was a mess. But um, it's weird how confidence can change your position in life, because I went from somebody that was afraid to do anything, couldn't hold a job at a fucking fast food McDonald's. I had like 50 jobs from the time I was 17 to the time I was 20. I'm not even kidding. I had a new job every week. And when I met my wife, I would lie about the person that I was. I would lie about having all this money and having everything. And she made me realize that I don't have to lie about who I am or what I am. And there's no reason for any of that. And um, she completely changed my way of thinking and just like gave me a reason to live. And I went from having no confidence to having one of the best jobs that you could have, got a degree, got my associate's degree, and got a really good job now. And it's been awesome. So the reason I tell you that to you guys is, if you're ever feeling lost or just stupid or in a bad place in your life, just remember 5 years ago I was literally homeless. Oh shit. I don't like that. I don't know if that's just a bug or what that is, but my brake bias keeps changing and not staying where it's... Alright, why are we on the brakes like that, bruh? But I used to look at. I've never been like arrested before or in trouble for anything. Never really. I had a problem with drugs, but I'm clean. I'm sober, and I used to have an issue with kind of being like a con man, and it was because of, you know, like how I was raised and my mom always trying to get everything for free. But I I I would just, you know, lie and take from other people, and was a loser. But um the whole thing I was gonna say is, in my life now, not only am I doing better, but I'm not even gonna lie, that was kind of on purpose, but on accident at the same time. Fucking asshole. Nah, he was a straight up tool bag, for anybody wondering what he just did. The guy on the left side, this guy in front of me, number 15, he went off track and then blocked everybody in front of him. Guy number 16 tried to cut from my right and gave me nowhere to go, basically canceling out my line. And there was an accident, and he started to go sideways because he literally drove through somebody. So I just drove right through him. Reason I say it was on an accident and also on purpose is it kind of happened so fast where I just make, like, it wasn't malicious. Like, I wasn't like, oh, I'm just gonna hit this guy. It's like I either had to make a choice there. I was either gonna get hit in my ass or run through that guy. And if I would have just stopped, I would have been thrown off the track. So we were taking an incident there either way. And that's literally what an incident is. So wasn't malicious, but I could have either taken it and gotten thrown off the track and possibly out of the race, or drove through that guy that caused all that. We're not running bad, though, at all. I'm still kind of new to this track, but we're not running good either. We should have, like, yesterday we were running 134 flat every single time. That's where we want to be. A little bit too much on the... Put our brake bias at 49. Max and my other guys have seen me. My biggest thing is, I talked about it a little bit, I need to jump on with a clear plan, because when I jump in and I just hit these races that I haven't had much practice on, I don't do very good. So the only maps that I like I master without practice are Watkins Glen, Sebring, um, depending on the car, the Nords, and Road Atlanta and Road America. That's about it. But everything else, I need like practice for. But what I'm gonna try to do tomorrow is jump on after I practice and have a clear plan. So, hey, we're gonna be doing an endurance race at this place, this place, and this place, and that's our plan for the day. Instead of just jumping on random things, because what it leads to is me constantly changing settings, things feeling off, not getting enough time to qualify, and getting incident points. Since we've gone into our B license, we went all the way from having 4.0, where we would have got fast tracked, or 3.85, where we would have got fast tracked to the next license, to a 1.50. And that's terrible. If the month was to end right now, I think I would actually get demoted. But I'm confident I can get it back. Part of that was not having my wheel properly, but on to another point. Since we changed that setting where we shot down the force feedback interpolation, or whatever the hell it's called, if you're on a moza wheel and you do iRacing, make sure you change that, because I could never get my wheel to feel right. I've contemplated selling it at certain points, because I would have to turn it all the way down in order to get it to feel good. And I have it almost up to the max, with a tiny bit of headroom, but almost to the max, and no shaking at all. So the reason that it was doing that is because of the bug. It was shooting the wheel up 300% for the LFE settings. So anytime you were going through like 60 to 70 miles per hour, it's treating the wheel at full max power. And that's why people will tell you, if you look online, that you need 80 to 90% smoothing. You don't need smoothing at all for a direct drive wheel, and if you do, very little. Same thing with damping. You don't need damping on at all. Your wheel shouldn't shake regardless of the settings. Even if it's up to max power, it shouldn't be like this, out of control. Something's wrong if it's doing that. A game that I actually think feels better than iRacing, it's just not a better package, is Assetto Corsa. That game, for how much it costs, talk about worth it. The only problem with it is it doesn't have like the flag system. You gotta be a part of groups in order to find good races, and that's what I like about iRacing, is even if everything isn't better than everything else, I can find a game at any time, any day. iRacing system is weird too. Like, the way it works is, let's say I turned backwards and started knocking people off the track. Somebody has to report me in order for me to get in trouble for it. So there's shit that happens all the time that I should file protests for, but I don't. Because it's a pain in the ass. The way that you file a protest is you have to go in, click the recording, and then save it, and then view the recording, and then save that to a separate file, and go in 2 hours after. You have to wait like 2 hours, and then you can submit it. It's a pain in the ass. It's a good system, though, because if it wasn't that way, everybody would go in there and do every, like, report every little thing. And I will say, though, iRacing is kind of shitty about it, because I'm going to give you an example. You could turn around. They treat it like real life, which I don't necessarily like, because there are still trolls on here. You could turn around and start driving backwards, take people out. You're probably getting a lifetime ban, or they'll ban you. Your first time you do something, they usually only ban you for a couple days, and then a couple weeks, and then a month, and then it goes, yeah, just adds on. If you've played iRacing, you've probably been banned before for something and never even knew about it, because, like, the first time you get banned, they give you many warnings. I got banned one time, from racing, and that's what I was getting into. The problem with it is I was in first place, and I was in the Porsche Cup, which I don't really race anymore. It was more when I was getting used to, like, GT cars and just learning how to do it. And one thing about the Porsche Cup is it's kind of like oval. There's a bunch of fucking idiots that don't know how to drive that just dive bomb down the middle. So I'm up 2 laps against this guy. I lapped him, meaning that he shouldn't really be worried about getting past me. And he's 2 laps behind with only, a lap to go. So, and I'm saying this over the mic, and he dive bombs me at full speed, pins me into a tree, and then repeatedly drives into me, and then said some shit over the mic. So I retaliated, and I did something back to him. I pitted him, and even though what he did, they were like, oh, we view every incident separately, and that stuff isn't condoned, which I fully get, because if they didn't view it that way, you would have people being like, okay, I'm gonna do this now. I wish iRacing took it a little bit more serious, because there's people in these races every single fucking time, like, they're taking somebody out or crashing into somebody, and that's why it's important to get your I rating up, but it's very hard to do that when you have a low I rating like I do. I'm moving, though. Mine is finally starting to go up. And the reason it's taken so long is because I would do the Porsche Cup and constantly get into accidents. But ever since I've stopped doing that, my thing has gone up drastically. It went up within the last 2 weeks from like 500 to over 1,000, and I'm confident where if I only race GT cars, I'll get it to 2,000 to 3,000, because all it is driving safe. That's it. And once you have a good I rating and you're getting on a good field, you're not going to be with people that are... There's going to be crashes in whatever you do, but intentional is a different thing. It's a huge difference between intentional crashing and doing shit on purpose. I do love this wheel, though. It is... I think what I'm going to do is tilt my wheel up more, so that way I have a better view with it. Yeah, I'm probably... one of the things I'm going to do when I get the money from my other house is sell my rig. And even though I love it, I absolutely love my rig, I kind of want to sell it just because I want to go over to the new Next Level rig because they've made it more adaptable for a seatbelt tensioner, where Next Level made me a adapter plate for this one, but it sucks. So I really want to get a new rig. But anybody that's out there that is like, oh, I don't know what to buy, Next Level Racing, in my opinion, best platform on the market. Their Next Level Racing Track GT, I think it's called, or yeah, I think. It's got these two bars that go down, and the way they work is, since the wheel goes in the middle and these two aluminum cast bars go down, all the force goes to the back, so the rig doesn't shake or wobble at all. And it wouldn't look like it, but you could put a 28 Newton meter wheelbase on this rig and have no flex. And I've always loved this rig because the thing is, when you get into like expensive rigs, they get very hard to move, very heavy. But this one is kind of like a mix of that without compromising anything except having rails. So like, there's not a spot to put like a button box, or there is a small spot, but I forget what the platform is. But this rig, like, its MSRP is $799, and it comes with wheels, these vibration things, so if you don't want your room to vibrate at all, it goes up on these like little vibrating leg things. I forget what they're called. It has motion support, or you can put it on the ground flat. It also here's the big thing. Like I was talking about earlier with sim racing being expensive, there's things that cost a lot of money for no reason. So, like Sandbelt. I used to have one of their rigs, and I did not like it at all. And you had to pay $1,000 for the seat, and then you also had to buy the seat mover along with the casting wheels, where this rig, I'm not even kidding, you get everything for $800. You get the shifting holder, you get the butt kicker holder. Um, and it, like, when I first saw it, I was like, oh, I'm going to want to upgrade immediately. And this has been the best rig I've ever owned. And I've owned some of the highest quality rigs out there. But I think the other reason I like this one is it's so adjustable and so... It's just easy. Sometimes easy is good. And, you know, we're, in reality, even though we are going to be in a real GT car, we're just doing this for fun. So you don't always need the best of the best. Here, I'll show you guys what I'm running. Hold on a second. Yeah, make sure you guys follow that moza tip I showed you, but here's what I run right now. Also, not a terrible race. We got 5th or 10th with only 5 incident points, so not terrible. Okay, the reason I like this rig is, and this is what I'm on right now. For $800 on any other rig, you have to buy, on the expensive ones, you have to buy the shifter holder, you have to buy the wheels, sometimes you have to buy the seatbelt, and then you also have to buy the like the butt kicker mount. This comes with all the mounts, everything you need. And because of how they built this, it can support any wheelbase without flex. And I know what you're thinking. You're being like, no fucking way. Dude, this thing does not shake at all. Not even a little bit. There's not even a tiny bit of flex. Nothing. I used to have this. Oh, I used to have this right here. And the reason I hated it is it was super heavy and impossible to do anything with by myself. And this, watch how much money this costs right now. And I probably got it for cheaper. You have to buy everything separately, and that's where like the issues lie. They don't just sell you the seat. Like, you have to buy the seat mover, the all that shit. And you could look at it like, oh, it's gonna be cheaper if I don't have to buy all that stuff and I could buy it separately. I look at it like this: buy once, cry once. You're gonna need all that shit over time anyways. Let's jump into something I'm familiar with. I want to have a good close race with people. So let's jump to Laguna Seca. I will drive the... Hold on. I'll go in the Porsche. Why not? I never drive the GT4 Porsche. And I'm comfortable with that, though. I'm okay with that. Back to what I was getting at, though, earlier is... hold on. Oh, even though I'm not doing the best in my life right now, it's still the best time of my life. Like, I have a beautiful wife, a beautiful house, and I'm very fortunate, even though things aren't going perfect. So my point to the donating thing, I don't want you guys to donate to me at all, ever. And I always, like, I know I'm never going to be this huge person. I know my channel will grow a bit when I start doing my edits full time and um, doing like unboxings. I know it'll grow in that sense, but this is just for fun for me. I don't want to profit off of it. If you guys ever want to do something or think I'm doing a good job, I don't want your money. Go over to makeawish.org, and there's a ton of sick kids that need help and that aren't getting it. And, you know, instead of giving your money to a streamer, give it to them because they need it. And it's not to say that, like, I don't need money, but it's just like, you know, they need it more. Let me just get my throttle set up here and we'll be good. If you see me ever grabbing my neck too, all I'm doing is it's like a coping mechanism for me. I always think I'm having a heart attack because of stress and being like having like anxiety. So I feel my pulse to remind myself I'm not dead. All right, there we go. Yeah, Max, I know I set it up the one day with the stream on one screen and then use the other ones for streaming. I couldn't do it. I like, dude, when I sit in this, even though it takes up a ton of performance, when I sit in my cockpit and I look at the screen, um that feeling of it wrapping around me, there's nothing like it. Like, it feels awesome. I want to check something real quick. If y'all are wondering too, another thing that I do, Sim Hub, you absolutely need it if you have butt kickers or like a pro seat like I do. That's what this thing is behind me. Um, it's under this, what I'm sitting on. Recommend 1,000% more than a butt kicker. It's a $250 pad. Make sure you go with the pro. That's what I have, and it's got all these different motors and mechanics in it where you feel like the different vibrations. So if the car's turning left, you kind of feel that in the vibrations. That's what a seatbelt tensioner does. You feel the seatbelt pull on you, but this is with vibrations. And same thing with my pedals down there. Um, they are motion pedals, so they're kind of like that's a different story. That's like um, having a direct drive wheel. Like those are super high end, where the pro seat is just like vibrating. And the reason that's nice is you can set it to whatever you want. So to read you guys some of the settings, you could have like road texture, and while you're driving over gravel, it'll use the vibrations to make it feel like gravel, or super high vibrations if you accidentally drive off road, and then super smooth when you're on regular road. And then you could have it set for like impacts, so you feel it vibrate as soon as somebody hits you. Or more importantly, what I have my butt kicker for is wheel lock. So when I push down on the pedal in a GT car, you have ABS and your wheels will lock. That's GT4, you're more concerned with ABS. So in a GT4 car, once I hit that threshold of I think it's 50%, it turns on. You don't want to go above that. So the way you get around that is when you feel those vibrations, you kind of know when to let go and to pull back. And then um, another thing I like too is my RPMs. Nobody ever told me this, but there's a graph in here, and you have to make it so in SimHub the graph goes in a straight line up, and it starts at, so there's 0, 20, 40, 60. From 0 to 60 you want it all the way at the bottom and then like a slight ramp. And what that will do is, instead of your chair constantly vibrating because of the RPMs, it will vibrate when you hit a certain RPM. So it feels more like you're in the car. Um, you can get very like overboard with this stuff though. The thing is, when I first got it, I had it up super high. I had everything like shaking. First of all, if you do that, what'll happen is you will wear your stuff out much faster over time. You'll wear your rig out over time. And hold on. Less is more when it comes to like the butt kickers and everything. The only reason I have one on each side and then in the back and the front is because I like the butt kickers more. I have a motion platform, but I don't like it. That's why I don't use it. And that's one of the things we're going to make a video on. I like the butt kickers more because I can feel the car lean side to side exactly in the time where with motion, it's just a distraction. That's how I've always felt about motion and always will. There's a reason not one pro driver uses it, and that's because um 1 second. Um when it comes to GT car, or when it comes to like motion platforms, the reason they are a distraction is you can't simulate G-force while sitting still. It's physically impossible. So make sure you guys can see all right. It's physically impossible though to simulate G-force while you are sitting still. And with that being said, why isn't it? What else is unlocked? There we go. There we go. That's perfect. Um, but when you're in a GT car, you or just any car, the way you experience G-force is, hold on. The way you experience G-force though is by like, you turn and you feel it with the car, but it's impossible to feel G-force while sitting still. And there's ways to simulate it, and that's what makes sim racing so hard. But the my pedals are up too high. That's one of the things that makes sim racing so hard, but you'll get used to. Just like how anything with practice you get better at. Some people don't like sim racing for that exact reason, because of what I said. Where the fuck is my mouse? Come on. Bruh. You know why? Because it won't let you fucking. Alright, there we go. Back to what I was saying now. Um, Less is more when it comes to sim racing. And if you're just wanting to do it to have fun, the only way I would recommend motion to you is if you were rich and had nothing better to do with your money. There's a reason, just like sim racing wheels, there is a reason they cost as much as they do, because nobody fucking buys them and they are super expensive to make. If they were the coolest thing ever and everybody wanted to have motion, then they would be cheaper. That's for sure. There are cool things that they're making, like the coolest motion rigs I've seen that are better than butt kickers are they're kind of like these canisters that go under your rig, and they only lift it like an inch off the ground. I seen them from Moza's making a set of them. I would buy that over buying a full motion rig, because those are like $3,000, and in my opinion, that is better than a butt kicker, even though it does the same thing. And just so if you're not aware, butt kickers are so expensive. Like ridiculous. If you're not into sim racing, you wouldn't know, but for a butt kicker, just so you know the price, it costs hold on, $200 to $400 for the cheap ones, and then if you buy like the pack of 4, depending on which ones you get, you could be looking at like $1,500 to $2,000 for the newer ones. But let me rephrase, those are just base shakers. If you know how to DIY a little bit, you could get a whole setup for, under $200. Same thing with the seatbelt tensioner. So seatbelt tensioners are very expensive. The one I have costs $2,000, and they're very powerful too. So like your wheel has like the average wheel, I would say, like the one I have, 12 newton meters of torque, 25 newton meters of torque at the high end. But most people are using like 2 to 3 with their belt-driven wheels. A belt tensioner has 250 newton meters of torque. And if you were to put all that on your chest, it would just kill you. But the reason it doesn't is you're like harnessed in, so all that weight is spread out through your chest. And it honestly feels really good. It's the closest thing I've ever felt to like making me feel like I was in a car, except like VR. Phenomenal. It is amazing. But that has its downsides as well. It's expensive, and it's also very hard to DIY, and it's hard to set it up yourself as well. And it's one of those things where if I was using it, if I was going to install it myself and make my own, I wouldn't be able to. I know other people that have. But like as far as the other people that have, what they've told me is you could build a seatbelt tensioner that is just as good as the ones that cost $2,000, but you could do it for like $500. I'm not even kidding. I think I like it right there. How do I sit down? Do I not have this set up properly? Yeah, I think I like that right there. Yeah, a good mix in your mirrors is if you first of all, you shouldn't even be driving out of your mirrors in my opinion. In a GT car, you should have a radar on. That's why we got to hold on to our wheels because I almost just snapped my fucking finger off. But yeah, I if you only have one screen and you which most of you do, if you only have one screen or you're in VR, your field of view is not very good in VR. You should absolutely have radar on. And if you don't, you're missing out because what radar allows me to do is look at the screen. I can get up this close to somebody and realize, oh, I'm not hitting them. And, you know, it's nothing to be like embarrassed about because when you use stuff like this, it's a tool. It helps you get better. And unlike the line where, you know, you're fully relying on it, something like this might make somebody's experience a million times better because they might be far away from the screen or might not be able to use their mirrors. And anything that helps you avoid a crash and keeps you racing longer is a win in my book. I don't know why the fuck that. Really, homie? We didn't even fucking hit that guy until he was sideways. I hate that. And we still get the accident for it. Luckily, it was only 2. We didn't hit that guy until he was, like, fully sideways. and we barely even tapped him. This is what that guy was just talking about the other day with having I don't know why I have controls different for this car. For whatever reason, my button setup is different. I can't change the graphics adjustment on the side. It's not letting me close that. But that's what that one big streamer was talking about the other day with having like a live official. It's just too expensive to do that. But I do think it is bullshit when somebody else does something. iRacing has a no-fault system, meaning if somebody comes flying into the back of me and does something that was 100% on them, not preventable at all, you still get the incident points for it. I will say, most of the time, it's on you to learn how to avoid an accident and doing things safely, but it is hard to level up and get a better rating when you race with complete morons sometimes. What that guy did, where I barely tapped him, that's just an incident. He was already spun out, and I tried to go around and I hit his ass. That's literally all that happened. We're not doing bad at all. I want you guys to let me know, too. Do you guys just want me to do sim racing content, or would you guys like to see me play some other games? I'm a champion in Rainbow Six Siege, and also have a bunch of other games. I literally have a whole Steam catalog full of games. And I have a whole bunch of shit. So if you guys want me to play anything else or check anything else out, I also have a Switch 2. My wife and I play Mario Party all the time. We're going to be giving one of those away. I know some people hate Nintendo, but we're going to be giving one of those away when we hit 5K subs. We're going to be giving away a bundle that comes with 2 games and the Pro Controller. A good thing, too, is if you find yourself like me, blaming everything on everybody, it happens to, a guy told me a while back, it happens to the best of us. Because when you're in this position right here, there's a reason you shouldn't be an official for a lobby and drive at the same time, because your view from this position is a lot different than what it would necessarily be in like a replay. And my point there is there's been countless times, even on stream, where I've been like, oh, this guy did this. And then I go back and I watch it on the replay, and it's either an incident or, like, was not that big of a deal. But because of iRacing's netcode, it looked to me like the guy pitted me or something crazy happened. And sometimes, like, they didn't even touch me. But we still get the contact points for it because of how weird this game can be at times. I hate that shit with the blinkers, bro. Like, you have not gone quicker than me at one section, but yet you're, like, dying to fucking pass me. But yeah, my point to all that was, if you find yourself in a position where you're like, oh, this person did that, go watch the replay, because it'll save you so much headache. And I would say 95% of people on here are not assholes. They just either make a mistake or just shit happens. But one thing I will say is, if you ever find yourself on the microphone with somebody and they're just like, did something blatant and blaming it on you, just don't even talk. Because there's people that, no matter what they do, it's never their fault, ever. And you just gotta be very careful with that. Like that right there, that looked fucking intentional. Jesus. The cool thing about iRacing, though, is, like, there's times where people will be on here with me and you guys don't even know it's like a buddy of mine or something in the race. Not this race. But let's just say there is somebody that is being a piece of shit and just causing shit for nothing. Anybody, even my streamers, can go in and protest. You just have to be a member of iRacing. Or even my viewers, I'm sorry. Like this guy behind me, dude. He's so fucking fixated on getting past me. I feel like he's going to slam me or take me out because he just wants to go past. And he's not going faster than me. But in his eyes, he might look at it like, oh, I'm blocking. People are weird as fuck. Alright, I made my first mistake. He might pass me. Yeah, it's actually not blocking, but you will run into people who will just run through you. If you ever need to take a lane, and defend, not block. Blocking is changing your lane under... blocking would be like jumping into the lane to not let them pass at the last second. If you're driving your line and they're going faster, you don't have to let them pass or get out of the way. That's not how racing works. They have to find an opening and take it. A good way to defend them is hold the middle of the road. He's gonna try it. So what I'm gonna do is hold to the left and late brake. I don't really like the Porsche GT4. I love the Porsche GT3, but for the GT4, it just like, I don't know. But I can't say that because for whatever reason, my controls are different and I can't change my brake bias. So I feel like this car, just like the... We were on the brakes a little bit too long there. Just like the GT3 Porsche, you have to change your brake bias down. So I'm sure right now it's too high. Dumbass. I don't know why that guy is trying to take me out. I didn't fucking do anything to you, you moron. I wish... oh my gosh, dude. I wish iRacing would just come out and talk about it or just start banning motherfuckers for it. I'm gonna have an aneurysm talking about it. Max has seen it happen to me on this fucking map. People dive bombing down the center, and that's the only move they know. This ain't a bad race, though. Especially for not getting in here and, you know, practicing with the car. We're doing fine. Haha, 26 went off. We're going to take it. The guy who wanted to pass us so bad. Look at that. I will drive right fucking through you, dude, if you play that shit. Why are we so loose on these fucking... Alright, I got an idea. That is the other thing with my setup, too. I think one thing I'm going to do is get rid of... I already said I was giving an active pedal away on my channel when we hit 5K. But I think I'm going to sell the one that you see down by my feet as a throttle pedal. Reason being, it's awesome. It works. But one, it takes up too much space. And two, if I forget to set it up properly, the curve that it gives me feels so bizarre, where with like a spring-loaded pedal with a motor on the back of it felt a million times better. I know that's weird to say. I'm using a $1,000 throttle pedal. There is no need for that at all. I could put that into something else. Another thing, too, is if you guys are watching me drive, I'm going to hit this entire map with taking the outside line, and then I'll do my next lap with the inside. Watch how much of a difference it is. So, I feel like Max Verstappen said it best. The inside is just an illusion. Use all of the track. Honestly, for this being such a low tier, this is a really good race. I think this is final lap. I think. No, we'll have one more after this. So, I just did a 132. Now I'm only going to take the insides. It's weird, too, like, if you drive one thing all day, this isn't Gran Turismo, so it really does take a lot of practice. It's why I love endurance races, because you have all the time to... You have all the time to practice, plus hours to race. So, for me, what I really like about the iRacing service is there's endurance races all the time. But, like, as far as my setup goes, I've been coming on here, and if you notice, it doesn't take me hours, or, I'm not spending much time on, like, my braking profiles. The reason is, I have been setting them up for almost every car, and testing them. And that's the thing about these pedals, is if you have it set up wrong, like let's say I accidentally jump into a GT4 car with GT3 settings, I'll be able to race, but the pressure's gonna feel wrong. Like right now, with this, I'm having to push the pedal into 100%, and I'm not even getting halfway. And it's so, like, all over the place. And that's because of the damping setting that Moza released. Before that came out, these pedals were hot garbage, in my opinion. Would not have bought them. But now with that setting they made, these pedals are just as good as the SimCube active pedals. And I'm not even exaggerating. They're probably about 90% as good. But when the SimCube pedals cost $3,000 and these cost $900, 10% for me is saved money. All right. That wasn't a terrible race, but we will jump. Oh, let me get that fixed so you guys can see everything. I kind of want to change some stuff. Max, are you still in here, or any of my viewers? Do you guys think, I want your guys' honest opinion about something. Do you guys think I should keep the pedal cam so people can see my feet in braking? Or do you think I should set it up so you guys can see behind my rig, like, and it's pointed at the wheel with like a dedicated wheel cam? But this camera stays the same, but then that one down there points at my rig, and you kind of see my entire setup. I like the pedals, but I can't tell if it's pointless or not. We will go jump into a... What do we got coming up? Also, if... I don't know. Also, do you want to go GT3 in the rain, not in the rain, or the Ferrari? We could do a Rainmaster, a GT3 event, or a Ferrari event. All of them are GT3 cars. Honestly, I will probably... Let's do the Ferrari event, because it's at the Red Bull Ring, and I absolutely love that map. So let's jump in that. But as far as the pedal cam goes, the reason that I suggested the camera that goes up here and like faces my hands is now that I have a screen on my wheel right there. Oh, this is what I wanted to show you guys. Hold on. All right, we could do the rain. Hold on. I'll do your car for you too. I'll do the Porsche. I got my Mario Kart skin on for my Porsche, but oh damn it! Now I'll do the Red Bull Ring, bro. We'll go to the Red Bull Ring. I had to enter and quit twice. Hold on. I think there's like a delay. That's why. But um, yeah, we'll go do the Red Bull ring. Let me get this real quick. 296 challenge. Hold on. Bro, I need you to go to Trading Paints for me. I need one of my viewers to do it for me, not today. I need somebody to make me a Mueller Motorsports paint, somebody that's good with art. And I will either pay you for it or something because I suck at art. But here, this is what I want to show you guys. So, this is what's awesome about the Moza KS Pro wheel. By the way, anything that was remotely close to this is a $600 wheel. In the past, $600 to $900. That's how much this would cost you. So it only comes in at $369, which is insane. And the fact that the screen, I don't like a giant screen. This is what they look like in real cars, how they made this work and like the exact setup. But here's the cool thing. You can make this look however you want, and you can go in here and change the text, the rectangle. You can make it look however you want. Ooh, I like that more. But you can change the sizes and go and do whatever the you could change a background image. What the hell? I didn't know you could do that. That's cool as fuck, dude. I gotta check and see what this looks like. Bro, you gotta get the hell out of here. The whole screen. Dude, that is so badass. You could put a picture, I'm sure, with a naked lady with her tits hanging out if you wanted to. Like, you could do whatever you want. And a screen, though, I always thought they were stupid. We're about to jump into a race here, but I always thought they were beyond stupid and not worth it. But for that price range, you can't beat that. And the original reason I said the KS Pro wheel was not worth it and was terrible was one of the guys I talked to said his flexed, and I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. And I straight up do not believe him at all. I think he's a liar, 1,000%. I think he either dropped it or I don't know. But I think dude was making shit up because this is exactly look how chunky this thing is down there. And the best way I could explain it, they took the Moza KS wheel, which was great, and said, let's make something perfect. They put buttons on the back here. They made this bigger. They added this screen. They made the wheel longer with more of a butterfly effect. And the cool thing is they have the encoder switches. So uh, instead of the switch endlessly turning right or endlessly turning left, they have numbers. So each one of these has 10. And then you have your regular knobs here for up and down, like on your traction control or brake bias. So It's just the fucking wheel. I was going on about this earlier. Wheels are like gold chains, and the $1,400 Lamborghini wheel that I got and I'll be doing a review of is no different than this. It would cost the same exact thing, maybe a couple $100 more because the screen is bigger and it does feel a little bit more quality. But my point is, the reason that the Lamborghini wheel is 12 or $1,400 is because it has a Lamborghini logo on it. And it's like Fanatec, for example. The reason I said they are the Apple of the sim racing market is when they first started out, they sold the highest quality stuff, and it was absolutely 10,000% worth it if you were a pro. Now that they built up their name, they're also being bashed by people now, and attacked because of the shit that they've done. Um, but they built up their name essentially, and now you'll have people defend them no matter what. And it's so stupid when anybody does that over any brand, because it's like you got to be able to criticize a brand in order for the consumer to win. Like, if you just blindly say, "Oh yeah, they make great stuff," it's like they're never going to do better. And I feel like that's what's happened with Fanatec. They have their fans because they did originally make the best stuff, and it came in at a great price. But now, like their most recent wheel, let me show you guys this real quick. Share my screen. Hold on. We got a minute, anyways. Let me show you all this. Make sure that the view is good too. Sometimes you have to change it because of this. I don't most of the time, but the seating position in the car might be different than what's on the screen because of how big my screen is. So, okay, perfect. Let me show you all this. All right. I gotta download Google on this computer. I don't know why I have stupid Microsoft. All right, right here. Here we go. This right here, yeah, for sure, man. Um, I'm about to hop into a race, but this wheel right here costs like $600. Or what does this cost? And then we'll jump into my race. All right. Um. All right. It looks like it ranges from $250 to $300, and not that that's a bad price for a wheel, but no clutch paddles. When Moza and SimCube are releasing stuff with screens on it for that price point, and you're releasing wheels that have no clutch paddles as a separate buy now add-on. That's fucking insane. Max, can I ask you a question since you know a little bit more about this stuff than I do? Why is everybody asking me to add them on Discord? It's not like a scam, right? I don't use Discord. I don't ask that to like offend you. You're just like the second or third person to ask today, and I've never had anybody to ask me, "Hey, add me on Discord right now," without knowing me. I don't know if that's just like a common thing. I'm joking 1,000%, but Max, if I don't start making money, I don't know if you watch Moist Critical or Penguin Zero. I'm gonna turn into one of the people that is like I'm gonna those scammers that you scroll past on YouTube, the ones that are like, I'm gonna put my finger in there now, I'm gonna do it, first one to subscribe and give $5 wins 50,000 Roblox. I'm gonna give it to you. I'm joking, but I'm gonna call 911 right now. I'm gonna press it. The first person to donate. I'm like, bro, I'm in the wrong business. I was watching a thing the one day where these motherfuckers make more money than I do, and I work a full-time job. I think sometimes that puts me down, and I think a lot of people, like, that's why the internet is so bad. It used to be, oh, we just compare ourselves to our neighbors, but now we can compare ourselves to the whole world. And if you're not an influencer or making millions of dollars a year, you're a failure. And it shouldn't be that way. Because being a garbage man or being a teacher or being just anything honest, it should be a success story. And just drives me nuts in this day and age. Like, you have people that are just like out there doing shit like that, where they're just scamming people and scamming little kids. And then on the other side, you have motherfuckers selling their bodies and shit for money. Dude, it's getting so nuts. You got girls wearing crosses talking about, I go to church every Sunday, I'm a good girl. Meanwhile, selling their shit on OnlyFans. Like, huh? Same thing with the Olympics, dude. We got people at the fucking Olympics selling their bodies on OnlyFans. I don't care what somebody does. I really don't. It's just weird. I'll stop talking about it. Oh, that scared the shit out of me. I forgot that it was empty. Oh, you're on YouTube. Some guy on Twitch has said, there was two people. Remember, I'm using the thing for Twitch and OBS restream. A few people have come into my stream and said this. Only reason I said it And I'm sorry if you're like a legit person and I'm just being an asshole. The only reason I say it feels sketchy is your message is like the same as the other guys. Like literally to a T. So hold on. Yeah, some other guy told me to send him my stream schedule on Discord. Maybe Twitch is different. I don't know. Hey, we're going from a $25,000 simulator to a real GT car. We're going to be giving away a Moza KS wheel and a base. If you guys want to check it out, head over to Mueller Motorsports. It's completely free. We just gave away a gaming PC last week. One thing I don't know about this car, though, is the... See how I can change my screen now? The reason I couldn't do that before is the... On iRacing, you can have it set up for all cars or only this car, and for whatever reason, without me knowing, it was only for the other car. So my shit didn't set up properly. Beyond stupid. But since the buttons are different, it wasn't letting me get rid of the menu or change my brake bias. That's why we had an absolutely terrible race. I don't know either when it's fixed if you can change your wing or if it's just locked, but you can't change the brake bias on the challenge car. On the regular GT3 Ferrari, you can, but this is the challenge one. The difference is this is kind of like, it might be the same exact thing. This is exactly like the Porsche Cup, but for Ferrari. If you're new to GT cars or just looking to have a good time with like consistent racers all the time, this is it. They're kind of simplified. You don't got to worry about your bias, or it's like a step into GT. It's crazy how this game shows me why you should never text and drive, or why you should never like look away. Dude, there will be a car all the way up there, and I go to like move my fan or something, and I'm dead ass almost gonna hit somebody. I think I told you this, Max. I got a funny ass story for you, dude. I went to go get my permit the one day because I let my license expire, and I haven't had a license in like 5 years. And but because I need to go to racing school, I need to get an actual license, and I let my license expire, and because I work from home and don't need a license, I never got it renewed and just let it expire, and my wife drives everywhere. So I go to the DMV, I take the permit test, and they said they were going to have me like fill out this paperwork and take this test, which I did. I passed it. And I get this thing in the mail, which I'm suspecting is my permit, because they only gave me a paper one. Dude, they didn't make me take any driving tests. They straight up gave me my license. Homie, just because your race is over, don't ruin mine. Come on now. This is probably one of the easiest, most, frustrating maps in the game. Because it's just very easy to drive, but there isn't a lot of room for accidents, and you also have to be perfect, or you're going to be a second behind everybody the entire race. Yeah, this is not... If you're new to the game, this is a very good map to learn on. Excellent. Because a lot of people know how to drive, but not a lot of people understand how to race and stay close with somebody and attack gaps. I'm still learning about that. The only thing I do that very well in is GT3, and unless I know the map, like, I struggle with it. But I'm learning that it's faster to let the other person pass than it is to sit there and defend, because you'll see throughout these races, just watch how many spots I gain on the right-hand corner. Shit. I really hope I didn't forget to turn game capture back on. Well, too late now. I really hope I didn't forget to turn game capture back on. I'll check it at the next thing. I feel like I might have forgot to turn game capture on, damn it. Hey, at least we didn't get the off track there. I definitely fucking forgot to turn game capture on, didn't I? I can't believe I did that. There we go, it's back on. My bad, everybody. I literally had to pull over to the side of the road to fix that for you guys. That was display capture, that's why everything looked like ass. Also, if you're joining, don't feel offended that I'm not responding to you. I promise you. I know you said something. I'm not ignoring you. I just don't read my chat while I'm racing for obvious reasons. And we just went from like, where the hell did the leaderboard go? That's my question. Why do we have no leaderboard? Anybody know why? We went from like 10th or 11th or 9th or 10th to 14th because I had to pull over and switch it. That's my ADHD, homie. I literally am showing you guys something and completely forget to switch it back on. I'm so sorry. Whoa, listen to the music. Whoa. On the bright side, this is a fairly quick race. We only have 8 minutes and 20 seconds left. If you end up taking off, just know that I will be going live tomorrow. The only way that my content grows is if you guys share and subscribe. I will tell you this. I don't want to do this for a living. I don't want to become rich from it. I just want to get big enough to where people send me stuff and I get to do reviews of shit for free and give it away for you guys. That's the biggest thing I want to accomplish from all this. So it allows me to try new shit and you guys get free stuff from it. And I will always take care of my audience, even if I have to pay for it out of pocket. It's just, we got to set goals to where we're doing this stuff, because giving away a computer at a time where I literally had to set up a payment for my car to get it fixed probably wasn't the brightest idea. That could have been a few $1,000s that I put towards that. But YOLO, people. The cool thing about the challenge car is the I want to make sure I look right here. The ABS, and you got your traction controls, so your wheels like don't lock up the same way it would in like a GT3 car. It's just very, very, very easy to control this car, especially if you have everything set up right. It's the one thing I hate about iRacing is that everything is fixed, and the only thing you have control over, unless it's a league race or like endurance, is your brake bias. But this car, you don't even do that. But like an endurance race or a league, all this stuff on the side here is unlocked. You can control your wing. And for people that don't know how to download that stuff or don't know how to do it themselves, you can download like the fastest profiles offline, and it's not like it makes racing more complicated. If anything, I feel like it helps you, because there's certain cars like the Lamborghini. I think that's one of the worst cars in the game in fixed, but in league, it's one of my favorite cars ever. It is such a good car when you can turn down turn up the ABS. I love that car. I only say it's annoying because with how realistic that iRacing truly tries to be, is annoying that they don't give us the freedom in that. And it's not like I said, it's not like it makes the game any more difficult. You don't know how to do it, just use the fixed setup. I don't even care about the like the tuning specifically, like going into the garage and doing all that. That stuff's cool too. Cuz that in itself, like if you know what you're doing, there's guys I know that like will set half-second faster lap time than someone else in the same exact car, but because they set it up properly, they're much faster. Or you could have people like me who run these crazy high endurance setups where I only have to pit once or twice and I'll go from last place to first because I am focused on fuel efficiency and just running a completely different setup. And I like having that freedom, but I understand why they don't do it for fixed. I just wish we could control our ABS and like the basic stuff. Because for me, it's like I would be able to go from one thing that like you know, a challenge car to a GT4 car and make it feel the way I want it to without having to have that much knowledge about a car. Whoa, listen to the music. Whoa, this is Thriller. Thriller. Yeah, if I didn't have to pull over, it's I'm gonna do it when I get off tonight, so tomorrow we don't have any issues. Um, I'm gonna pick the races that I'm doing beforehand and try to make this a little bit more of a show than to make it just me jumping into a race, and also have a checklist to make sure that all my stuff is like for OBS, to make sure I never start a race without game capture on. And the only reason I can keep both on at the same time, the only reason that I don't is because of the weird feelings that with display capture, it's only supposed to pop up when iRacing is off, which it works properly. But for whatever reason, because Race Labs is an overlay, it'll throw my telemetry on screen. So I don't want it to do that. Where are we at? Nice, we jumped. Dude, that is so crazy. That should tell you guys that any single one of you guys can do this if you don't race. I had to pull over in the middle of a race with 25 drivers, and we still finished 10th. That guy tried to dive bomb me. You guys see that? Dude, I just dodged his shit. That was badass. That wasn't terrible. Back to what I was saying though, is I plan on having it set properly to gotcha. Yeah, I have like super high end security on my computer because of where I work, even on like just like house stuff. And yeah, I it wouldn't even let me open something like that without administrator access. So but I think we're gonna do one more race for the night before I head off. Um, I'm gonna do this GT2 or GT Sprint series. It is a longer race. Um, it's an endurance race. So everything is open and we can make the cars feel exactly how we want them to feel. We're going to drive in the Mercedes though. So I am going to do this race. Um, and this is going to be our one long race of the night. And we will crush it. Why is this? What? Oh, hold on. Yeah, I personally think that was a scam. Just because um, they both said the same thing in the same exact day, and it was super. It was like, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but I don't think people talk that way. All right, this is what I wanted to show you guys. So, if you're ever doing an endurance race, you can hop in here and change the car to feel exactly how you want if you're unaware on how to do your setups. And there's a ton of free ones, but if you want like a professional driver setup, you can also pay for it and you can pay for coaching too. And then this is also where you can download that thing for Rob, what I was talking about earlier. Are you kidding me? Okay, there we go. Um, all right, let's just not forget to turn game capture off around this time when I start. So we are in the Mercedes AMG GT3. We click that, and then we come over here and we click the map we're on. And oh wait, damn it! And you come in here, um, and you just click install via uplink, and it'll drop it into your settings without you having to do anything. As long as you have Major's Garage, which is completely free. Or this one, like he's a rated driver, they got ratings and everything. These guys can charge for their setups. And then you can also click the video and it'll show you how the setup performs. And that's him driving the car. So all you do though, hold on, let me get the game capture on. All you do though is click um over here into garage, and you click my setups, and you click this, and it, as long as it passes inspection, you're all good. You do want to make sure that they weren't set up for hold on. Uh all right. So what we want to start with is, wait one second. Why is that the max? That might be the max. Never mind. Is there anything else I want to do before we get in here? Oh, get these buttons set up. So, dash, TC, box, map, differential dash. We'll get our GT3 setting here. One tip I can give you guys, just out of my own mouth, is when it comes to GT3 settings, if it's an endurance race, you want to run, and people are going to tell you different, but it's not true. Well, first of all, do whatever feels comfortable, but high ABS is still the cheat code for this game. High ABS, low max or low traction control, you're gonna be able to brake. Um, you're gonna be able to max brake and hold grip very, very easily without locking up on new tires as well. You don't even got to worry about them being heated. Back to something somebody asked me on Twitch earlier. As far as like me not liking oval, it's not that I don't like it. It's very hard to race, especially in earlier brackets, because people just don't take it serious, and I don't know why iRacing doesn't block it. It's in the rookie series, dude. You will go in there and you'll have people driving backwards, crashing into people, um, and I figured out why. The '08 NASCAR truck, it's an unranked series, so people are doing whatever they want. And if you're trying to get into oval, hop into the stock cars. It's much better and way easier to get out of there. Honestly, the stock cars are some of the nicest people I've ever met on iRacing. Same with the Indy cars. I like the spec cars too, but that's just street racing. All right, let's get this fixed real quick. Shift horizon up, shift horizon down, increase driver height, decrease driver height. Okay, cool. Um, and then if we come down to car set adjustments, you're gonna want to make sure that you, or no, cancel, quick calibration. What it's asking you for the um rotary knobs is what I was talking about earlier. Um, on my thing, there's knobs that go up and down, and then there's knobs with number values. That's what it's asking you. This is honestly perfect that we're getting this set up because it'll be the same across all my vehicles for that we're using this wheel for. Um, back to what I was saying earlier about the wheels. The only time it makes a difference is if you're gonna drive something like rally, you're gonna use more of something like this or the other wheel for this, like the big round wheel or NASCAR. Anything you have to like throw it and catch it, um, like throw it, catch, you know what I mean? Like you throw the wheel. You're not gonna do that with a butterfly wheel. You can try it, but it's just not gonna be comfortable. I'm not saying that like wheels don't matter at all because they definitely do. There's like a feeling of immersion and quality and all that kind of shit, but they, in the sense of like the $1,400 wheel that I own versus this, it there's no like I'm not going to drive any better. And for most of you guys would actually drive worse if you have a lower um, force feedback wheel because the more like a lot of the time these expensive wheels, they are super 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 heavy, and when you have like a 5 Newton meter wheelbase with a super heavy wheel, you lose a ton of detail. I lose detail when I use a heavy wheel on a 12 Newton meter base, so I can't imagine if you cut that in half. There was something I was looking for though, right here, right before. It's always a good thing though to get all this stuff set up because right here is what I was looking for. Okay, perfect. And let's get this started in here. Yeah, dude, Max, I get it. Also, I was just gonna say though, with me being on Restream now, and tomorrow, I'm gonna jump in here. Hold on. All right, let's check this out real quick. It says to actually use Wheel LFE. Why does it? I'm so confused right now. Fuck, dude. As far as tomorrow goes, we will run. I want to give something a shot tomorrow. I'm gonna have this thing open so I can see your guys' chat at all times, and I just want to try running this a little bit more professional tomorrow. Okay. Um, we're not even gonna worry about that. We're still gonna do this race. I'm just not qualifying for it for a reason. Um, we are actually going to close this and close the pit house software. But back to what I was talking about earlier, and um, common thing on this channel will be me just like, I don't want to say dumping shit, but me talking about shit in my life because I feel like, uh, all right, let's see if, why does it say, sure that everything's on for y'all. This is gonna be my best race, hopefully, of the night. I'll see you tomorrow, Max. Come check it out tomorrow. Max is mine. Nobody else's. My property.
All right, Craig, let's try both try to have a better race this time. Good luck. I don't know, man. I've been murdered in every single race so far tonight. It's not gone well for me. You made yourself the last race. The replay, Craig? Oh, it's you. Hey, listen, no offense, man, but you banged off the wall and you knew I was 0.5 behind you. So rather than just like pull over and let me pass, you stuck it in the middle of the track. You didn't bother to brake, and either turd collided. Yes, there was nowhere for you to go. There was nowhere for you to go. The so what I did is just banged off both walls, but you didn't bother to brake because you were just so concerned about keeping your position. No,
Oh, guys. I'm going to try not to talk and just focus on racing. Only because this is a long race and I didn't even qualify. So if we go off early, I'm just going to call it quits for the night. My car, honestly, it feels really good. This was a good setup. One thing I didn't understand about racing, which is kind of funny, when you see these flags, one thing that's not real, in league racing it is, on iRacing, you'll have to like catch back up to everybody, but if there's a big wreck, like a black flag, or yellow, double yellow, in real racing though, oh, motherfucker, that's what I get. Dude, I got half a fucking brain cell to join in this with zero practice. I don't know why I do that. Every single time I say, oh, I'm not gonna do that. And we're done. I quit. I'm a fucking idiot. That's Mueller Motorsports. I'm your next professional driver. Jesus Christ, Travis. Come check us out tomorrow. We will be running some stuff where we're that we've practiced, and I'll be running a bunch of stuff for GT3 tomorrow at Sebring and Watkins Glen. I have a league race at. So come check it out. I love all you guys. And when we hit 5K, we'll be doing the giveaway.